Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started. So today, let me turn down the music. Today, what I want to do is, I made these dashboards towards the end of last stream. This CoreDNS dashboard, which will show you, we have 3 different DNSs deployed: global DNS, cluster DNS, gateway, and then you can limit it by the instance too. So this came out pretty good. And one of the other ones we did was the node exporter dashboard, which basically we have node exporter installed on all of our Kubernetes nodes, our Proxmox VMs, and also our Proxmox hosts. So ComGuppy here is a Proxmox host. It has 32 gigs of RAM, 32 CPUs, and 256 gigs of RAM. If we were to switch over to one of the agent nodes, we'd see we're allocating them 16 CPUs. We have a bunch of agent nodes and we only have 3 Proxmoxes. The 16 CPUs are going to compete, but they're going to compete against each other. Basically what I mean is we have multiple nodes, Kubernetes nodes as VMs on each of our Proxmox nodes, and they're sort of overscheduling CPU. But it's fine. It's going to lead to a lot of context switches, which is actually one of the dashboards we have here. If all of the nodes were to start being busy, like doing a lot of work, we'd see a lot of context switches here because we're allocating the CPU. But for now, it's okay. But of course, all of our agents are not super busy right now. But it would be an issue eventually. So if we were to look at, for example, global DNS, this is a, I should actually put a label here, which says what it is. But it has 1 CPU and 2 gigs of RAM. So we have 3 of these. And these are Proxmox VMs that sit in front of our Kubernetes nodes and everything like that. The Proxmox hosts themselves just reach out to public DNS, but then all of the VMs use these global DNS VMs, as well as my Tailscale network and everything uses these global DNS VMs. And you can see what's kind of cool is, I mean, they're only doing writes, which is kind of interesting. But you can kind of see this is somewhat interesting, which is that they're not transferring that many packets. They're receiving a lot of packets. But then the bandwidth is on the receive side, on the transfer side. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about this a little bit yesterday, about like why this is the case. If we were to switch over to, for example, one of the Proxmox hosts, they're very symmetric. So we get 10 megabytes per second receive, 10 megabytes, 11 megabytes per second transfer. And the packets are pretty balanced too. But yeah, so anyways, these are pretty good dashboards. I'm pretty happy with these. We have the kind of colors for disk read write. So we have blue for disk read, orange for disk write, and then we have, for network, we have green for receive and blue for transfer. So if we color code all these things, it'll be pretty nice. For stacked, we always fill in below so you know it's stacked. Yeah, I'm not totally sure how I feel about like green as the default for chart lines. I was thinking about white maybe. So that's like another example of a thing I'm going to have to think about. One thing to take note of all of these stats too, is that a big thing for me when I'm building these panels is that you want to be able to have thresholds for as many panels as possible. That way, like, let's say you knew nothing about my infrastructure. You didn't know I had Proxmox VMs or anything like this, right? You could just come to this dashboard, and if something you got alerted, you would immediately know, like, oh, CPU is high. This is high, you know? And so here you can look at this and know everything's pretty fine. And same thing even for like context switches and file descriptors. But the thing to do that is that you have to normalize all of these values. So like by default, if you were to use one of these metrics like node load, this depends on the number of CPUs you have. So you really need to divide it by the number of CPUs you have to normalize this. Otherwise, you'd get a value like, I have 32 CPUs, you'd get a value like 12 or 14 or something like this. And if you put another node in, or you put a VM in here, it would have like just a totally arbitrary number, and you would have to like in your head say like, oh, is that a lot, and divide it by this. So anyways, the point is that in every chart I try to normalize the values, and that's what allows you to do the thresholds across very different VMs or hosts or anything like that. Actually forgot to see if stupid. Hey Google, yes I know. There we go. What a pain. Yes I know. Stupid YouTube. Okay. YouTube Studio is not designed for a small screen, and I have a teleprompter, small teleprompter screen. So when I put the YouTube stuff over there, it's impossible to click anything. So anyway, so back to this. What I was going to say is that I have these thresholds everywhere. I also have those on the stats. So every single stat, like it's green right now, and that's just because they're not meeting their threshold. So if we were like 70% CPU or 90% CPU, these stats would also change colors. And so again, this just makes it super easy to understand what's going on here. One thing I was thinking about doing too with these is if we were to go to the core prod. Yeah. So core prod has multiple disks. It has its root disk, it has two mounts, and then it also has a raw disk so it has two mounts, one for Vitess and one for Kafka, and then it has a raw disk that's passed in that Rook manages, Rook Ceph. So when we plot these, we get a bunch of different ones. It's unusual compared to any of our other VMs or hosts, but I think it is useful to be able to see these because this lets you see for each disk that it's using, each VM disk, how fast it is and stuff like that. But I tried to do this color coding where I did like shades of orange or shades of blue. And yeah, I mean, as you can see, it doesn't really work. Like, so I'm thinking about actually making this a repeated panel, but I don't know how to do that. I've never really done that before. Let's see. Panel repeat options. Okay, repeat this panel for each value in the selected variable. Let me see. Claude. Can you repeat a panel in Grafana based on the label value? What were these called? Label values? So what I want, what I can do here is it's letting me like repeat it. If you had multiple nodes you were looking at, you could have like one dashboard for each. But what I want actually is to repeat it based on these label values. Panel repetition allows you automatically duplicate it for each value of a template variable. Oh, I see. Do I have to do a template variable? I don't want the user to be able to select the variable, the values. I want to always render all the panels for all the label values. So what it's saying I can do is I can create a variable. Variables are up here for the dashboard. So I could create a variable that basically does that query and gets the label values back. but I'd have to hide it from the user. I think I can do that. Yeah. Kind of a little bit annoying, but so this would be called, let's go back. This would be called something like devices. Yeah. So we need this query. Disk devices. Disk devices. Okay. Create the variable but hide it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Values. Now we paste in this metric. Oh, I guess node disk read bytes total. Node disk read bytes total. Just paste this in here for a second. Node instance name display. Node instance name display has to be equal to the variable. And then we also need to limit the device. The device to these devices. Oh, I can't. I should be able to put. Does that work? No. Maybe I have to do. I see. Okay. I need to get rid of this. I think this will work. NVMe.plus. Yeah, it doesn't have any NVMe. SD A to Z. And then also BD A to Z. It's not working. Oh, I didn't select the device. There we go, works, awesome. So I had to select the device label. So now we're reading this metric. Node disk read bytes total. We're getting the device label and we're limiting it to these to this query. Cool. But now I need to hide. How do I do that? Configure configure variables, new variable, configure set show. I think that's. Hold on. Okay, show on dashboard, nothing. Okay. So now I should be able to come down here, do this, repeat, choose disk devices, then here, and how do I do that? In your variable, automatically create the 3 panels. Yep. Then I think I want to do disk devices. Repeat vertical, disk devices. And I think I want to do the same thing here. Make sure my levels are working. Yep. Okay. See everything. I'd like to take my headphones off so I can hear the music and everything, but I have landscapers right now. Disk devices. Let's see if that worked. Nope. Nope. Oh, I did. Didn't repeat. Normally I don't like repeating panels, but like, I mean, you're not going to have that many disks ever mounted to a VM or a node or something. I mean, if I end up with a situation where I have 8 or 16 or something to a Proxmox node, then I'll deal with that at that point. But this should work well for now. I think if you had that many disks, I think you would maybe still want it to repeat. You would just hide that panel by default and have a separate dashboard or something for looking at disks. But I don't know. Why did the repeat not work? Let's see if I can find repeat options. For each variable in the... Oh, it's probably because I didn't do all. It's just picking the first one. Better save this. Add disk devices variable. Repeat this one. Disk devices vertical. Same thing here. Disk devices. I actually think I should change this. I should have named it disk device. I might fix that right now because it'll annoy me. And then also Claude will copy it. Disk device. Okay. Go here. See what happens with the repeat. This device. Device. This device. It's good. Here. This device. This device. Device. Back. Save. And rename disk devices to disk device. Now, for some reason, repeated panel is only showing me the first value, not all of the values for that variable. I wonder if they're hidden or missing or something. Even if you're using, oh, must have multi-value enabled. Even if you're using all the variable, double check this is. Even with the default, the save dashboard suit. Okay. It's saying I have to manually go here. Because I have to show it. Go back to the dashboard. Let me select all. Select all, then go back here. Select all. Yep, now they all show up separately, which is great. And again, most of my stuff is only going to have one panel here. And then you could always make it smaller with the folder. Now I can go back here, hide this, and it works. Beautiful. I'm not keeping track of timestamps again. Frick. This here. Okay, so we're at 2105, so let's say 15. Build repeated panel for disks. Node exporter. Dashboard. Dashboard. Okay. And now we're at 002130. And what are we gonna do now? So I just did the repeated panels. Let me save that. Oh, I gotta do it here too. That's right. I don't know if I gotta do it here. This is maybe fine. I think the thing to do now is to take some screenshots of this and send it to Claude, because one thing I don't like is that I had Claude generate these, I think I talked about this already, these text files for doing this, and then I manually implemented this based on the text file so I could see what I like, what I don't like, because if I have it do it, it'll like pick some random choices for some different things. Whereas here, when I kind of make them myself, I can really go through and make sure that everything looks good. But you can see here that every single row, it only puts 2 panels in a row. I don't know why I chose to do this. It's just what I chose to do. I don't know. Doesn't realize that. I could give it new instructions saying, you know, you can put multiple panels in a row, but like the more instructions I give it, the more it just kind of goes all over the place and then starts ignoring instructions, right? So I figured I'd just make this, then I can go back and tell Claude, you know, look at this JSON and come up with a text representation of it that you can use to, that you could use to generate the dashboard. Then I'll take that and have it condense that into basically like this template format. Then we should be able to go back. So those are kind of the steps. I'm not sure even if I get this good template formatting, if it'll actually follow it all when it generates the JSON, but we'll see. It's worth a try, because I want to make like 30 dashboards. The dashboard plan is here somewhere. Yeah, here. We're going to have some overview dashboards, some compute dashboards, node exporter, Proxmox nodes, Kubernetes nodes, Proxmox cluster. The difference between Proxmox nodes and node exporter is a generic dashboard. That's why it says generic over here. Node exporter can be used on a bunch of different things, whereas Proxmox nodes is like, I want to see the whole status of all of the Proxmox nodes together and maybe pull in some other Proxmox metrics with the node exporter metrics. Same thing for Kubernetes nodes. And then Proxmox cluster is cluster level metrics. We might not need both of these, but we'll see. CoreDNS, Cilium, traffic, global DNS, Kubernetes DNS, Kubernetes networking. Some of these might overlap. I'll have to see. Storage, we have Ceph, the Proxmox Ceph. Ceph is a generic dashboard because we have Proxmox Ceph and Rook Ceph. We need a Rook Ceph dashboard too. Maybe. For for Kubernetes, we need control plane dashboard, workloads dashboard, resources dashboard, Vitess, core Vitess. Yeah, some of these don't need to be done. I'm gonna come back through this, but ultimately we need about 20 dashboards, I would say. So I can make them all myself. That's fine. I think the reason I want to get them in the representations is because if I wanted to make a new one or something, you know what I mean? Like it's, even if I made all 20 myself, I'd still like to have some kind of way to tell Claude to be able to do this. So this is repeating. I think this is fine. I wish these shades of orange were different, were more different, because this is pretty hard to read. Yeah, let's take some screenshots and send them to Claude. Like I said, the organization of some of this stuff I'm not super happy with, because we have like disk IO, then we have disk latency, and we have disk space. Maybe this is fine to have these as separate panels like this. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. But even, for example, on the CoreDNS page, they put latency down here, but we also have query performance up here, which also has latency. And I don't know how I feel about these heat maps. I think the heat maps are pretty cool. But you really need good, what is it called? Quantiles. Because if you don't have good quantiles, you end up with this, which is that all of the values basically end up in one bin. And then you have like some tail end values here, but they're just all the same color because it happens so rarely. It's still useful to be able to kind of see how often it happens. And that separates it from the like, what are these called? P dashboards, the P50, P95, P99. This is good to see kind of like your general performance, like a good average of the other dashboard. But it still doesn't tell you, like, did we hit 1 second here? You don't know, right? Like you could have had some queries that were at 1 second. When you come down here, you can know, no, we didn't hit any 1 second queries. We just had kind of like a spike in queries. It's actually, yeah, it'd be better to, let me do that right now. These need to be next to each other. There's just no other way around this. So I think we need above and below is fine, maybe? Not sure. Yeah, so now you could like hover over this, right, and see what window it was. So if you had like a big spike in 1 second queries, you would just see it. But it wasn't that. I wonder if maybe if we look at global DNS, if we could see something better. Yep. See that? Yeah. So here we hit 500 milliseconds for our P99. I'm not really sure why. One thing I want to add is links that take you from these pages. So like if I was looking at global DNS 1, I should have a link to the node exporter for global DNS 1. But it's not perfect because like cluster-DNS and its gateway, those are pods. Those don't have node exporter. So you would need to take them to the pod dashboard. So you would actually need a link that was dependent on which specific instances you were looking at. I think I can do that. It's not going to be super easy, but it would be really nice. Yeah, this is the benefit of the shared crosshairs. You can see, like, did I have a spike in requests here? No. There was a spike in requests here, in this range. And then you can even highlight over this range, right? Pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty hard for me to tell what should go next to each other. It's pretty important kind of like what you put next to each other, because you want to be able to see like I had a lot of requests and the latency changed, but it would also be good to see this, but you can't see them all at the same time. Like, did I have a bunch of cache misses? Yeah. Okay, yeah, let's take some screenshots and then I can start to ask Claude. Okay. I'm kind of confused why... There we go. This wasn't showing the full range, the local lookups. Local lookups are if you hit cache or send static records versus if you actually do a remote request. Okay. Now, the fun part, this was something I was messing around with yesterday. If we want to do screenshots, I had to set up Tampermonkey with this stupid basically Grafana only renders what's on the screen, which is nice, so you're not doing queries you don't need to be doing because they're off screen, but it makes it impossible to do screenshots. So you have to like change the height, and then also you have to disable JavaScript when you take the screenshot. So to do that, I can just throw a debugger in here. Now I can open up the command prompt, which is Command-Shift-P, full screen screenshot. Now we should have a full screen screenshot, yep. Yeah, this was not easy to figure out yesterday. We have a full screen screenshot. Go ahead and resume that. Select screenshots. Debugger. Screenshot. Yeah. So now we got 2 screenshots. We can send those to Claude. They're still not done. Upload these to Claude. These are 2 dashboards that we generated that we created for Grafana. It's a node exporter dashboard and a CoreDNS dashboard. These are designed so that we can look at any VM host node, or host on the node exporter page, and any CoreDNS deployment instance on the CoreDNS page. What do you think about the overall layout? Would you make any changes? Layout / organization. Would you make any changes? Are there any things you would recommend improving? See how that goes. I don't know what I was doing here. Yes. I was going to add duplicate And then we're going to change this. Is there a node uname info label values, I think? Oops. I'm gonna need this node uname info I'm not sure how to do this. One. What I want is there's a label, which is the node, not context, but maybe context? No, context is like management prod. I want deployment. No, node type is what I want. Yeah, so I want this. I literally just want the label out of this. Let's see. I want to render a label value in a Grafana panel for this query. I just want to render the node type label. How would you recommend doing this? Good practice with the summary to detail flow. Here's my detailed feedback. Node export to dashboard. The summary row at the top is good. Okay, yeah. Logical section, CPU, blah, blah, blah. Including both percentage gauges and breakdown charts, like memory breakdown, is useful. Hold on. Yeah, memory breakdown. Yeah, so the reason I put these stats at the top here is because, like, once you have the relative numbers, you no longer know, like, am I using a ton of memory? Because you would have to know how big the VM is or something. I actually think these should be, yeah. Every time I look at this, I look at the RAM. Here's a disk should be over here. Like this. Let's see, how do we do this? Set the legend field. What is it saying? Stat panel. Use your query as is. Set the legend field to node type. I did that. Under the value options, show name. That's not an option. Instead of value URL. Here we go. Nice. Awesome. So now we can see it's a K8s node. If we were to switch to Tampermonkey. Can I get that to fit on one line? Whatever. Not a big deal. Cool. Add stat showing node type. Beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Just a minute. Let's see, add. No idea what I'm doing. 35. Add. Send some screenshots to Claude. Going over dashboards. Some more. Add stat panel for label value to node exporter. Node type. 4100. Break. All right, be right back. we're back. 50 0 0 0. Working to improve existing dashboards. Okay, so now let's see what it said. The summary, logical, including both percentage, gauge, and breakdown. This guy, oh, you have separate throughput. Oh, interesting. Is it possible to put separate variable drop down inside a folder Grafana? That'd be cool. So if I could have like a variable drop down here, that'd be awesome. It's saying that it's confusing. Hold on. This. Let me turn that off. This doesn't need, I guess I still need this. It's saying that it's confusing to have the negative values here and that they should both be positive. But I don't think there's any way to like show, because we can zero center this as well, which is nice. I don't think this is possible to like have them both be positive and also have it centered somewhere non-zero. And what, I don't even know what that would mean. Thresholds, add visual thresholds to the summary page. Yeah, it's saying to use gauges instead. I don't like gauges at the top. It's okay, but I'd rather use stat panels with the history than a gauge. I'd rather be able to see quickly, like if it's spiked up or something in the last hour, than to have a gauge that only shows me the current values. Context switches and file trippers are useful. Load average. We already have load. Here. Processes running blocked would be useful. How would I do with node exporter metrics? Processes running blocked with node exporter metrics. I don't know. So the CoreDNS, let's just stop here. We'll come back to the CoreDNS dashboard next. This is a great question about Grafana organization. Let me search. Grafana does not natively support grouping or organizing variables. Move up. Oh. I think there's a plugin that provides enhanced variable display options. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to be able to have a variable. Variable in I don't even know how to search for this. Yeah, instead of top row. How do you do that? Originally contributed by this lab. Currently maintained by Grafana. Okay. How do I do that? Settings or something? This should probably be managed through my Grafana deployment. Claude. I want to install this plugin. Can that be done through the @Grafana setup, or can I only do it through the web UI? I also think I should add the alerts manager. Routing node exporter.
I explained that you can install the variable panel plugin through the infrastructure code by adding its ID to the plugin's array and the Helm values within the index TypeScript file at lines 220 to 223. And I asked if you'd like me to make this change.
Into variables for plugins. I think we also want the, let's see what other plugins they have. Clock. Shows you a clock. It's not bad. Might be useful sometimes. Export transform metrics. Okay. I wish I could all sort by popularity. Seems somewhat useful. No, I don't have tracing. It's a thing to do eventually. Yeah, but not right now. This is infinity. JSON CSV. Okay, it's just a way to query REST APIs. And then display the value. Tree map. Cool. Block. Clock's useful to have for some stuff. But it seems like a lot of space to take up. Is this Grafana on call? I don't understand what this does. Like multiple metrics. Oh, it lets you select the metrics themselves by using regex, not the label values. Create interactive and reusable dashboards with template variables. Yeah, I don't know if I need this right now. It's a little bit complicated. This would be kind of cool if it could send things that are violating thresholds and stuff to whatever, like if you were doing on-call, if it could send some stats and then the LLM could request some stats. It'd be pretty cool, but I don't know if it's ready yet. Blackbox monitoring solution. So I like this. This basically lets you test your services. I guess you'd synthetic monitoring. Yeah, you can define HTTP requests and stuff. I suppose the synthetic uses for executing the checks. Prometheus blackbox exporter allows blackbox probing. Yeah, so you run this thing somewhere. And it emits metrics on the health and stuff of your things. So I like this, but Tiny Kuma. What I do like about this is that you could run this on multiple VMs, say completely external to your architecture, and they would collect the metrics, and then you could alert like, hey, my web app is down or something, you know what I mean? Things like this, like my service is down. But in my case, if all of my infrastructure dies, I want to get an alert. Like if my server is shut off or something. I want to get an alert that's completely independent. And so even if I run the VMs that would run this blackbox exporter on Google Cloud, my metrics and alerting is all done through my servers. So that wouldn't work. So I thought before maybe I would do this uptime Kuma, and then I could like run this in GCP or somewhere, and it would do it does the same thing. It makes requests and also creates a dashboard. I haven't set this up yet, one, because I don't have applications to set them up against really yet, and two, because they don't have high availability for this, which is kind of ridiculous. It's an uptime monitoring thing, and like if this thing goes down, you're kind of out of luck. I don't know. Yeah. I think there was an issue on this. Yeah. It was built with Postgres, and I think it's just not possible easily. Completed. Why was it closed? I hope Uptime Kuma supports high availability deployment. Yeah. I don't think this was done. I don't think you can do this. Huh. Oh no. So yeah, Blackbox Exporter would be great. You could run that on 3 VMs. It would export their metrics, but then you need just a completely separate system from your own hardware. The system you would need is basically just Grafana. I could imagine using Grafana Cloud with some kind of alerting setup to scrape these, because then you could, if you did this, you could scrape it both from your internal infrastructure. So you would have two sources, two scrapers collecting that data and alerting on that data. And so if either one went down, you still have notice that your services, your public services, are not working as expected. Okay. Anyway, yeah, we're not going to deal with that right now. Let's go. Tangent 01 000 tangent on Kuma Prometheus blackbox monitoring. I'm checking. 1 and 0 implementing plugins. Plugins. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. But back. I just want to make sure there's no other really good things to install. Centralized view to help. Oh, I don't. Okay. Oh, pictures. So I think the only other one was Grafana alerting. What is the difference between this and this? Claude. What is the difference between that and this? Nope. Did not copy. I'm running alert manager. I'm running an alert manager deployment. I'll fetch both pages to give you a clear comparison. Thank you. This has nothing on it. Oh, alert manager is built in. This is a data source plugin that connects Grafana to your existing alert manager. It's built in, no need. It lets you view and manage alerts from Alert Manager within Grafana's UI. Silence as it works with your existing infrastructure. This is a full incident response on-call management application. It handles on-call rotations, escalation chains. Yeah, I guess that's true. I don't have like a on-call setup. It receives alerts from Alert Manager. Gotcha. I don't have Grafana Enterprise. Okay. Go ahead. Add it. Okay. Yes, you can install it through the infrastructure code. Can you also configure the alert manager on a plugin? That. Close this. Can't use this.
Permission requested. Edit index. TS file in Grafana monitoring resources.
We'll come back to this. We'll build an app, and then we'll implement some black box monitoring.
I edited the TypeScript file to add the Volkov Labs variable panel plugin to the plugins list. I explained that the Alert Manager data source is already configured and built into Grafana, so no separate plugin is required. I asked whether you want to change the existing Alert Manager data source settings or install a specific third-party Alert Manager plugin.
Grafana alerting periodically. What is going on? Alright, patches. Skipping your music. Oh, it's already configured. Great. Yep. These are my test rules. Everything else is normal. Great. So now I can deploy this. Okay. Node expert provides 2 key metrics for monitoring running a block process. Number of processes in a runnable state. Waiting for I/O. What kind of dashboard is useful? Percent of processes blocked on I/O. I think one thing I won't end up getting to is I have the thresholds on all the panels I can have them on. I don't know that we have these exact metrics alerts set up for these thresholds. Like if we hit the red, do we get the alert then? I'm not super worried about that right now. I just want these to be useful. But the thing to do eventually would be to have it so that every single thing that had a threshold was an alert. I think there's even a way you can tie it in that the thresholds are alerts. Let me check that. One other question I have is I have thresholds set for Grafana dashboards. Is there any simple way to have those as alerts? Those linked directly as alerts? I think so. Let's see. Though it has some caveats, here's a practical percent blocked processes. Okay, so it says block. I was wondering about percentage of blocked processes. Here are some practical panel ideas. Blocked as a percentage of active. This shows I/O pressure.
I explained that panel thresholds are purely visual, while alerts are separate rules, so there's no automatic sync between them. I described how to create an alert from a panel and use annotations for visual connection. Clarified that thresholds are stored in dashboard.json and alerts in Grafana's alerting engine, and suggested using VM alert rules defined in Pulumi or YAML for version-controlled alert definitions.
When alert fire. How do I show when alerts fire as annotations on the dashboard? That's pretty cool. So if you like had high CPU, you could see it's fired right here and then resolved here. That'd be awesome.
I explained that you can display alert annotations either by using Grafana's built-in unified alerting in the dashboard settings or by configuring an alert manager data source. And you can also embed the annotation definition directly in the dashboard.json for infrastructure as code. I then asked whether you'd like me to add a default alert annotation configuration to your Grafana dashboards or show you how to set it up for a specific dashboard.
Annotation query. Cool. Alerts. Cool. Configuring Grafana annotations on dashboards. Okay. Alerting. How does this work? Grafana alert manager. Okay. So there's an alert manager data source, but why can't I select that for my annotations? I see the alert manager data source is configured, but it's configured and I can see the alerts in the Grafana alerts section. But I don't seem to be able to select alert manager as a data source for the Explorer page or the annotation settings. Let's see what it says. Now we should have this plugin installed as well. Assuming this deployed healthily, yep. What was this called? It's called Bulk Labs.
I explained that the Alert Manager data source in Grafana is meant for unified alerting integration rather than general explore or annotation use. And I suggested setting the handle Grafana managed alerts flag to false, using the built-in Grafana data source for alert annotations, or querying the ALERTS metric through a Prometheus data source like Victoria metrics. Would you like me to update the Alert Manager data source config, or help set up alert annotations using the Grafana built-in source?
That's a known quirk with Alert Manager data source types. The Alert Manager data source in Grafana is specifically designed for unified alerting integration, not as a general purpose for Explorer annotations. Few things to check and try. Check if it needs. Okay. What I thought. Query for events created on this. think that would work. Now the thing to do would be to actually trigger alert. Oh. See if this works. I deployed the change, but it did not install the plugin automatically. Let's try to trigger an alert. Up. SSH.
I explained how to verify whether the Grafana pod restarted and suggested deleting it to force recreation, then described checking the Grafana logs for plugin installation errors and network or timeout messages that might indicate IP6 only NAT64 connectivity problems, and finally recommended using a full download URL for the plugin as an alternative. I asked you to check the pod logs to see what happens during startup.
Grafana restarted 10 minutes ago. Oh, it's already installed. The UI just didn't update. Okay. Um, 128, 40, triggering alert. How could we quickly trigger an alert to test that the alert annotations work? I'm thinking we could increase CPU load on one of the Proxmox hosts, and we should hit a high CPU alert for node exporter. Can you verify we have a CPU alerts using node exporter metrics defined? And what should I run to increase CPU?
I explained the CPU alert thresholds for Kubernetes nodes, warning above 75% for 1 minute, critical above 90% for 1 minute, and Proxmox hosts, warning above 85% for 5 minutes, critical above 95% for 2 minutes. Then provided bash commands to stress all CPUs on a Kubernetes VM or a Proxmox host to trigger those alerts quickly, and recommended using a Kubernetes node for the fastest test, which should fire within 1 to 2 minutes.
Yeah, a Kubernetes node would be better. Exit ssh-i. Install stress. Run stress. So now we're on app dev calculating walrus. Control plane. Control plane app dev calculating walrus. Last 15. Every 5. This is what I wondered about. I checked the, oh no, okay. I was gonna say, I was wondering if it was gonna, if I was dividing by 32, which would be the number of CPUs on the entire host. I checked the denominator on these, and it is the correct like number of CPUs allocated to the VM. So it should be correct. We should hit 100%. Yep, we have 100%. Great. We got an alert. Cube node CPU high. Let's continue it. Let's go here. Check our alerts. Yep. Query for events created on this. The annotations, Grafana. Labels are unique. Label types. Annotations. I triggered the alerts. And I see it firing in the alerts section in Grafana, but I'm not seeing the annotation split. The annotation, something like filter by dashboard. Query for events, which says query for events created on this dashboard. Or tags. What does it mean by filter by dashboard? And should I use tags instead?
I explained that the filter by dashboard option only shows alerts created within Grafana, so alerts defined in VM alert won't appear there. And I described how to add an annotation query that reads the ALERTS metric from Victoria metrics to display those external alerts, including the necessary dashboard settings, query, step, title, tags, and text templates, as well as example filters for specific alert names or severities. I then asked if you would like me to help create a default annotation configuration in your dashboard provisioning code.
Victoria metrics. Alerts. True. These don't have the alert names. We don't see an alerts in Victoria. Oh, this is Victoria metrics Prometheus. In Victoria metrics, I do see some alert manager metrics.
explained that VM alert must be configured with remote write to emit the ALERTS metric, pointed out that the configuration already includes a remote write URL, and suggested debugging steps such as checking VM alert logs, querying the ALERTS or vmalert alerts firing metrics in Grafana, verifying that VM agent is accepting remote writes, and using the VM alert UI as a fallback.
Okay. ID sum by by alert name ID. Alert name not equal to dot star test alert. Great. That's me. Cool. Okay. I guess it should be enabled. No, keep it disabled. Updating dashboards with annotations. Nice. Is there anything else? The title. I don't think this metric gives us anything else useful. VM alert. So it seems like this works, but I don't have any info about the alert other than the alert name.
I explained that the vmalert alerts firing metric only contains minimal labels, and that the full ALERTS metric isn't appearing because the remote write endpoint is misconfigured. Suggested a quick pronkle expression for the annotation and a kubectl command to check VM alert logs, and recommended updating the remote write URL to the import API or writing directly to VM single. Would you like me to update the VM alert config to fix the remote write endpoint? That should make the ALERTS metric appear with full labels.
Let's see. What am I doing wrong? Group a thing? What is that? Like the fire. It'd be nice to get these to actually have info, the tags from the alerts, because then you could filter the dashboard on like only show me alerts for that specific node. Because right now, like you would see this alert on, you might be looking at some other node and it's just a lot of noise. But if you had all the alert labels, then you could actually filter the alert down. That's not what I see here.
I explained that the remote write URL is currently pointing to vmagent, which only scrapes and forwards, so the remote writes should be directed to vmoth or directly to vmsingle instead. Would you like me to update the config to point to vmoth or vmsingle? That should make the ALERTS metric appear.
Oh. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, right. Moth. I don't know if I'm going to want to whitelist alerts for specific dashboards based on their alert name, because let me think. I'm probably going to have to go into the alerts and add all of the labels I created the last couple days.
Script file at home/jordangarsite/kiwi2/infra/k8/clusters/mgmt/cluster/resources/monitoring/victoria metrics alert/index. TypeScript to change the remote write configuration to use vmoth with authentication. I explained that after deploying this change, the ALERTS metric will start appearing, can be verified with a PromQL query, and will provide richer fields such as title, text, and tags for your alerts.
Yeah, remote write. alerts for state via remote write protocol. Okay, so it's not lying to me. Let's go ahead and deploy this. We'll deploy this. And then I'm gonna have to ask it how we want to do this. When are you going, Pep? Come on. So this will give us the alerts. And then need to ask. The alert metrics will have all the labels for your alert URL, so your annotation query. There was this. Yep. Then the other thing was to use the variable panel. Try to do that. Add. Ready that. How does this work? Business variable. I think it doesn't show up because I probably need to refresh, which I don't want to do right now. guess I could save this and refresh. Save. There we go. Disk. What? Label? I don't remember. Okay, looks good. The door? No. Now, how do I do this? Settings. I wish they would have given the choice of like upper and like top bottom padding. That's not terrible. How does this work? Yeah. I wish there'd be a way to hide this panel. Hide panel if Grafana. Yeah, we're not going to do that right now. Be cool to hide this if there was only one option. This is control plane app dev calculating walrus. Control plane app dev. Okay, I'm happy with that. Now, this should be deployed. Not there. Done. Updated VM alert to write through to VM auth. Hmm. URL. Yeah, I don't think this was necessary. I think you can push to VM agent. I think it's wrong. Can you check for the metrics using Q? Music stopped. The alert metric doesn't exist yet. Make sure it's deployed. Oops.
I retrieved the VM single container ports.
Are you sure we should
vmalert alerts firing
VM
metrics,
auth?
and inspected the vmalert pod arguments to see that remote write was missing. I examined the Helm chart, discovered that it expects server remote write and server remote read instead of server remote write and server remote read, and I edited the index TypeScript file to rename the fields accordingly. I explained that after redeploying, VM alert will emit the ALERTS metric and can be verified with kubectl commands. I edited the TypeScript file to update the remote write comment to reference vmagent instead of vmoth. I ran kubectl commands to inspect the vmagent pod arguments and confirmed that vmagent is correctly configured to fan out to the 3 VM single instances. I explained that after deploying the fix, VM alert will write to vmagent, which will then distribute the alerts to all VM single instances, making the ALERTS metric available everywhere.
Can you fix at?
I edited the TypeScript file for the Victoria logs alert, changed the Helm configuration from remote write and remote read to remote write and remote read, corrected the namespace from monitoring to monitoring agents, and added the /API/v1/write path.
Okay. Let's deploy this now. So there were 2 issues. One was that I forgot I moved VM agent from the monitoring namespace to the monitoring agents namespace. All of my clusters have a monitoring agents namespace, but only the management cluster has a monitoring namespace. So I was trying to write to VM agent in the monitoring namespace, which is where it used to be. That was one issue. The other one was that apparently it's remote dot write, not remote capital W write is the key. So that was one of the issues. Okay. That'll fix that. Go to fixing alert, not right, ticket full, alerts, metric, dashboards. Like I said, the nice thing will be once I have these alerts metrics, then I can filter the alerts that fire based on the labels on the alerts, which is nice. What else? So we added the variable thing. The other thing was, did I close that? Where are we at on usage? It'd be nice to try to do the JSON stuff before, I guess, Wednesday night. Then I could use up my allocation to generate those JSONs. I must have closed the Claude stuff. Oops. All right, did I close that? Not seen them yet. Can you check now? It's all deployed. Oh, it added this stupid right path that I don't think it's correct. Be kidding me. Yeah, no shit, it's being doubled. I already said don't do that. I get to deploy again. Cool.
Check the ALERTS query
Yeah.
and confirmed the vmalert configuration was applied. Then inspected the logs and discovered the remote write path was being doubled because
I literally
vmalert
already said
automatically
do not do that.
/API/v1/write. I edited the Victoria metrics alert TypeScript files for both the main and logs alerts, removing the /API/v1/write suffix from the URL to use only the base address, and noted that redeploying will resolve the issue.
Okay. The node prox blocked metric. This is what we were going to look at. Let's see, node. Let's say comcopy. Is most valuable when paired with the disk IO metric. Okay, running processes, the baseline. IO bottleneck. CPU IO 8%. I see. Do you need percent blocked if you already have a panel that shows CPU IO weight? I think so. I think it's redundant information. Because you'd already see here like a huge spike in IO weight if something was wrong. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think this is useful. Okay. We'll look at CoreDNS next. Alert should be in. Let's see. Nice. Oh, they're only going to be... We got to trigger this again. Say 5 minutes, 300. There we go. Alert.
explained that the ALERTS metric only includes labels from the alert rule and not annotations, because storing annotations as metric labels would cause high cardinality, and they can contain dynamic templates. I listed the label fields you can use, showed how to reference them in Grafana dashboard annotations, and suggested 3 ways to access the full summary or description text. Adding key information as labels, though not recommended, linking to the vmalert UI, or querying the Alert Manager API directly.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask it if we can add those. We have like 4 or 5 labels that we're applying across stuff. And I think that those should probably be applied to our alerts, but I don't know how easy that's going to be either with how our alerts are structured. I think my music's too loud. The issue is that your alert rules use to include the dashboard friendly labels. You would need to change the by clause.
I edited the TypeScript files that define node exporter alerts, updating comments and modifying the alert expressions to use by labels and display label, and adding dashboard-friendly labels to the alert rules. I explained that the ALERTS metric will now include detailed node instance name display, node context, node type, K8's cluster name, and K8's node role labels for Kubernetes nodes, and analogous labels for Proxmox nodes, and showed how to reference them in Grafana annotations with a PromQL query.
Sure. I'm debating the value of the display name. I was just looking at this and I was thinking, yeah, I was thinking it should have K8s in front of it, but we do have the context separately. This is complicated. So, I was thinking, well, we have the context, so we don't need K8s in front of this instance name. Like the instance name without the display has K8s in front of it, and cluster is in the name as well. And I was thinking, well, we don't need the K8s because if you have the context, you know it's K8s. But then if you think, well, if you have the context, you know it's K8s, you could remove appdev as well. But then you can't even use the display name by itself. You would always have to use it with the context. In which case, you're probably always using the node instance name. And even when you think about like the role, oh, the node type should also be like K8's control plane node. K8's node. After deploying the alerts metrics, we'll have... I think it just got rid of. Let me take a look. I don't even see these out here. We can probably refactor. So we can probably refactor to get rid of instance label since we know it's always node instance name. Yeah, so this is like an old thing, specifically because I instance or node.
I edited several monitoring alert configuration files, updating the node alert config type to replace the instance label and additional labels fields with a single labels array. And I refined the comments for Kubernetes and Proxmox node alerts. I also adjusted the export statements for the node exporter alert creator to reflect these changes, making the configuration cleaner and more consistent.
Can you commit our alerts fixes? I've already staged them. Our VM alert, remote write. I've already staged them, and you can commit with no verify already. Run checks.
Permission requested. Command to check recent commits for style in the Kiwi2 repository. Permission requested. Commit remote write fixes to the Kiwi2 repository.
Yes.
I checked the staged files, reviewed the 3 most recent commits for style, inspected the staged changes, and then committed the vmalert/vlalert remote write configuration fix with the message, fix infra, fix vmalert/vlalert remote write configuration.
Change. Already staged it. Can you commit our plugin change? I've already staged it and run checks.
Permission requested. Commit Volkovlab's variable panel plugin to the Kiwi2 repository. I checked which files were staged, and then committed the Volkovlab's variable panel Grafana plugin with a
Now I'm
feature tag.
thinking about 2 things. 1. Node type is always Kate's nodes. But I wonder if it should be Kate's control plane. Two, I'm questioning the value of the underscore name. Display instance versus always just using instance name.
explained that keeping node type and K8's node role separate preserves two orthogonal dimensions and enables cleaner query patterns. And I suggested simplifying the naming by using node instance name as the human readable identifier and dropping the display suffix, noting that this makes dashboards easier while shifting instance name from a canonical unique identifier to a display identifier.
Currently lit node name. I'm saying I also don't really know if node instance name should be shortened or v cube. Updev. When I think about the shortened version, I feel like it should still have gates there. And then at that point, why make it different?
Explained that keeping the full hostname as the node instance name, dropping the separate display variant, preserves context, reduces maintenance, and simplifies the labeling documentation. I highlighted the benefits such as a single source of truth, no confusion over which name to use, and a cleaner labeling, MD. I offered to update the labeling, MD file, and the alert configurations to reflect this simplification.
Correct. Make the changes. No more underscore display. Just use the full name. Four dimensions. Playing four-dimensional chess. Four-dimensional labeling. much light coming in now. It was really slow to update this document. Let's see what it said for the CoreDNS changes. Mission just be fantastic. Cache hit and miss.
node exporter alerts TypeScript to remove the node instance name display label from both the Kubernetes and Proxmox node alert configurations, and switched the display label annotation to use node instance name instead. I confirmed that labeling Markdown already reflects the removal of the instance name display concept, ran a TypeScript type check on the InfraK8's project which passed, and noted that the changes are ready to be staged and committed.
You also need to update all of the grape configs. Victoria. Grape configs. Your P99 is 92 milliseconds. Add threshold lines. Yeah, you can't add threshold lines to stats. I think the threshold has to be 500 milliseconds for P99. The thing is that this DNS, global DNS, makes requests out to Google, and there's just nothing I can do about when they're slow. That's pretty funny. Why would this ever be more than a couple milliseconds? Is how long it takes from one server to talk to another server on the network. So it seems like sometimes its gateway has to do some kind of request. Oh.
I verified that there were no remaining instance name display references, ran a TypeScript type check that passed, and updated the alert configuration to remove node instance name display and use node instance name instead. I also removed instance name display labels from several scrape configuration files across Kubernetes, Proxmox, and global DNS, and updated the labeling documentation to reflect the decision to use only the full canonical instance name. The only leftover reference is in the documentation, which is intentional.
Okay. Looks good. Can you go ahead and commit the removal of instance name display? I've already staged the changes and ran checks. So you can commit with no verify. Make sure this is good. Yep, failed. Linting errors.
I listed the staged files, then I committed the removal of the instance name display field from the labeling strategy. And finally, I displayed the repository status, which shows that the commit succeeded, but there are still unstaged changes in the Grafana/index TypeScript file, the node exporter alerts TypeScript file, and the labeling markdown document.
Okay, so we removed that. Now, do you think this pattern node exporter alerts is good? This pattern of using labels good because I imagine we're going to have to do this for a lot of our other alerts as well, like the metrics defined in labeling. Like alerts.
I explained that the current pattern repeats label definitions across services and would become error-prone. Then I proposed a shared TypeScript utility called Alert Labels that provides a getServiceAlertLabels function and a byLabels helper to centralize the labeling. MD conventions, showing example usage for Node and Ceph alerts, and I asked if you'd like me to implement it.
Go ahead. What service should be, you know. Yeah, so we had to increase the P99 to 500 milliseconds. I wanted it to be lower, and this is kind of an issue where I have these generic shared dashboards, but like these deployments would have pretty different thresholds. And I don't really know. Oh, cool. So it would be possible to use the deployment type to override the thresholds. So I could set this to like, let's see, like 10 milliseconds. Let's see. That'd be pretty cool. 0, 1. It's gonna turn red. Oh, not this one will. It's gonna stay green. But if I switch to global DNS, it'll turn red. Add field.
I edited the node exporter alert TypeScript file to clean up comments, adjust the node alert config type and function signature, and replace the placeholder variable. Then I added a new alert labels TypeScript utility with a labeled service type and helper functions. Updated the alerts to use this utility, ran a TypeScript type check with pnpm, and confirmed it passed. And I noted the changes in the to-do list and checked the Git status. I explained how the new utility automatically adds service-specific label fields for nodes and multi-component services.
Okay. Okay with this. It's a little bit weird here to just not also define this in the same place. I'm not sure how I feel about that. But it's not a huge deal. Fields. Add override based on variable value with Grafana. Claude. I have a Grafana variable CoreDNS deployment, global DNS, cluster-DNS, gateway. I just realized also that Kate's gateway doesn't follow cluster deployment. Gates gateway doesn't follow the same DNS name. DNS deployment convention as global DNS and cluster DNS. Could we fix that? Probably. I want to change the threshold of P99 latency depending on the value
I
of.
explained the 3 naming options and recommended using Gateway DNS for consistency. I offered to update the labeling markdown file, the shared cluster resources CoreDNS K8's gateway TypeScript file, and any dashboards or alerts that reference K8's gateway. Do you want me to update it?
Git Kades. Check. The thing is that the Helm chart is actually called K8's gateway. Create a second variable. Create a variable with a query.
I ran the kubectl command to list the pods in the CoreDNS K8's gateway namespace on the Kiwi build prod context. I explained that the Helm chart name K8's gateway should be kept because it matches the tool name, is recognizable, and renaming would add confusion. Does that reasoning work for you, or do you still want to standardize on DNS?
Okay. I think that's fine. Oh, this would be cool. Let's see if this works.
I explained that purpose-based naming is preferable because it describes what each deployment does, avoids confusion when multiple deployments use the same chart, and makes the function clearer than the chart name. I suggested renaming the K8's gateway deployment to external DNS or gateway DNS to match the pattern, while noting that keeping the current name is also an option if the slight inconsistency is acceptable.
So I'm thinking that we call it K8's Gateway, that's the name of the thing. And it's fine, but it is a little bit confusing of a name because it's like it's a DNS thing and you have to just know that. And gateway is like gateway API. So yeah, it'd be better to call it external DNS because that's what it is. So I wonder if like cluster-external-DNS would be the best name. So it suggested external DNS, and I think that could be confusing if I have global DNS here. I could imagine having like actual external DNS that's presented to the outside world to solve DNS requests, and that would be confusing which one is which. External DNS facing the outside world versus just facing internal developers, which is what? Okay, it's gateway. But I think also, yeah. Also, double types. But if we do this, then we might want to rename the namespace for K8's Gateway to let me know what you think, what options we have that make sense. What would you recommend? Let's try this. Thresholds. Work. Oops. Nope.
I explained the current DNS deployment names, compared 4 naming options, and recommended option B with cluster DNS, cluster external DNS, and global DNS, outlining the required updates to the labeling documentation and the TypeScript pod annotation. Want me to make these changes?
I'm thinking about if we had a, when we already do, we have this. So the way this works, let's check. I can't remember. Check. So this is working somewhere right now. I think it's through external DNS, but I'm not totally sure. I'm gonna go into Compute Engine, look at our one VM. This has a public IP because I don't have a static public IP. I can't, I'm on Starlink. So we use this. And this is just connected to Tailscale. I think actually I SSH into it this way. Again? You gotta be kidding me. That's right. But we set up HA proxy 2 and SOCAT? I thought we got rid of SOCAT. Let's see. Is it system? Ah! So this is binding this. I can't remember. I believe that this is ingress. I think this is just a metal LB IP. And so basically any requests that are coming in are going straight to the app prod cluster ingress, and that's it. So these actually bypass DNS entirely. They just rely on this hard-coded IP. Gateway. Yeah. I actually wonder about this because I don't think I want to be using Cilium's gateway. It doesn't have all the features I wanted, so I started using Traffic's gateway. Got a lot of support in the last year. Yeah, I guess I still have the gateway controller installed for Cilium and it works. It's still using Metal LB for the IP. Anyway, the reason I was thinking about all this is because I was thinking how is I was thinking about the naming here. And when I set up these more properly, the ingresses, they're probably going to want to go through DNS. I think if I set them up as actual load balancers, which I'll probably want to do. I wonder. I mean, I think I'm going to want, I don't know. Right now, they're not load balancers, they're just connection proxies. So if you get overloaded or anything, it's really up to your whatever you point these at to deal with that. Which is good. I mean, it's just pointing at a load balancer in Kubernetes. But if I used an actual load balancer, I'd probably want to use DNS. I may still want to use DNS. And then if I were to use DNS, I should use, for example, I do this. So if I were to dig this, No, this is the public address. Probably because external DNS. Gates gateway. Yep. Correct. Gates gateway is only set up right now to handle .NET queries, not .com query. Which means Gates gateway wouldn't even be able to do this right now. It's complicated. I'm gonna take a break in a minute. Okay, what am I doing? I don't think we need this. We don't need the process. IO wait. I was just trying to decide on this. It implemented this labels thing, so I got to deploy this. Then what was happening with...
I replaced the array of multi-component services with a set of labeled service, and updated the component check to use has instead of includes. Then I ran the TypeScript type check with pnpm exec tsc and confirmed it passed.
Good overrides, override fields with name. Let's just see if this works. Yeah. Field name matches. Doesn't seem like it works. Oh, that worked. Get rid of this. Go back here. Variables. Delete. Here. I thought. In milliseconds. Okay, that works. It didn't work here. I wonder if this is just again. Global DNS. Let's see overrides. So that worked. But not for my time series. Try it. I don't know why that wasn't an issue for the stats. Oh, it's because of the legend. Yep. It's because I have the legend set as P50. No. Okay. Do I need to change the order of the overrides? Let's see. Yeah, the ordering does matter. Be nice if they would let you move these around. There we go. Now, we were to switch to these. Yep, perfect. Oh, my name. Why did that work? Cool, Grafana. Cool. Getting a headache. I see. No, I don't see. Good job, Grafana. Shit doesn't work. Maybe it does work, you just don't fucking update it. Oh. There we go. Oh no. I see. Okay. I see. Star. $50. Color. Maybe it's this. Fields with name. Does this work? Histogram quantile. Wordsworth. I know what it is. That. .95. Okay, so we have to do this all with regex. That's fine. It'll work. Now I know how to do this for other stuff too, but it's not pretty. It's cool though. There we go. All right, I think this is actually working now. So now if I switch to cluster-DNS, everything's good. But if I switch to Cade's gateway, it was pretty hard. Save. Finished. Thresholds based on deployment. Now what? Starting. This is working. It says the denial versus success terminology in CoreDNS is CoreDNS specific. Explain the difference. Number 3. Interesting. DNS response time by query type. It's saying to add descriptions to panels. I agree with that. That's something Claude Code can do on its own pretty well. Once I start building the graphs. Consider adding annotation markers for deployment incidents. Oh yeah. Whatever happened with that? Oh, I was updating labels. I don't know what the negative cache and positive cache is. Oh, I see. Override. Name. I agree with this. Name. Yeah. Let's get back to this. Which is if we should rename Kate's gateway. Something more obvious. It's all confusing. If I do cluster external DNS, it's really for internal DNS because Kiwi Research Net is an internal domain. It's an public domain, but it's only used internally. I think external, internal is all pretty confusing because right now, Gates Gateway is serving Kiwi Research Net, which is a public domain, but records only resolve within our Tailscale network through global. That's pointing each star.management cluster type at Gates Gateway for the respective cluster.
I explained how the DNS hierarchy works, detailing that cluster-DNS resolves cluster internal names, gateway-DNS resolves fully qualified domain names for cluster services, and global DNS handles all other queries. I recommended adopting naming option A with cluster-DNS, gateway-DNS, and global DNS for clear, consistent suffixes, and asked for your thoughts.
What do you think about
I explained the DNS naming hierarchy, defining cluster DNS for internal resolution, cluster gateway DNS as the fully qualified domain name gateway, and global DNS for infrastructure DNS. I offered to update the labeling markdown file and the shared /cluster/resources/CoreDNS 8's gateway TypeScript file to use the new cluster gateway DNS name.
So one thing I'm wondering is that I'll probably a few VMs in GCP that serve public ingress. These will be connected scale so that they can reach all of our internal services. Those GCP VMs will be the records for IPs for things like gatewayresearch.com or other public domains. Does it make sense that those public facing VMs would then transfer these requests internally to domains like landing page .app.prod.kiwiresearch.net? Right now, we just have SOCAT forwarding connections directly from the public-facing VMs to the app prod gateway. /ingress, and that IP is managed and that all be. I could imagine maybe we want to run something like HA proxy on the public facing at some point.
I explained that the GCP virtual machines serve as edge proxies using HA proxy and Tailscale, forwarding public traffic through internal fully qualified domain names for service discovery, flexibility, and consistency. I clarified that the naming scheme stays the same, with cluster-DNS for internal use, cluster-gateway-DNS as the FQDN gateway for both developers and edge proxies, and global DNS handling infrastructure DNS. Shall I proceed with the K8's gateway right arrow cluster-gateway-DNS rename?
GCP VM, click IP. System. Don't move. Oh, 04, 08. So we have GCP VMs with public IPs right now that run SOCAT. We could install HA proxy on them at some point, and then we could have them proxy to like the internal host names like Kiwi Research Net or whatever. And those would be served by K8's gateway. Yeah. They would be served by global DNS, which would be served by K8's gateway. At all the animals trying to get my attention. Not even dinner time yet. I'll take a break here in 15 minutes or so. HA proxy. Services can move, IPs can change. Do you ever need public DNS? What do you think of this architecture in general and its What do you think of the reliability, Claude?
I gave an honest assessment, noting the clean separation of concerns, 3 global DNS virtual machines for high availability, and Tailscale's secure connectivity, but I warned that Tailscale is a critical dependency. Socket is fragile without health checks. DNS in the hot path can cause outages. A single region deployment is a single point of failure, and the long chain of hops creates many failure points. I recommended replacing Socket with HA proxy or Nginx, caching or resolving DNS at config reload, monitoring Tailscale tunnel health, adding multi-region VMs behind a GCP load balancer, and providing static IP fallback for critical services. And I suggested a simpler alternative using a
clean
GCP
separation
load
of concerns
and HA proxy with static IPs for the most critical public paths.
Tailscale is a critical dependency. If Tailscale has issues, public services go down. That's correct. SOCAT is fragile. But yeah, we're going to switch away from SOCAT to HA proxy. That's what I said. DNS is in the hot path. So HA proxy resolves fully per request or even cache. DNS failures equals outage. Yep. Yeah, I mean, they need to not be down. I don't know. The other option is you manually put the IPs into your edge, so the edge knows of all of the IPs. It's an option. It's kind of a crazy thing because now you're doing updates to your edge all the time. For it to know about that, whereas here I'm fanning out the responsibility to each thing. Because, like, the thing is, if you're updating the IPs in your edge, then you're gonna have to reload that edge on the fly. Envoy can do that. I could, yeah, I mean, I could set up Envoy there. That would be a thing to do. And then you would set up a look-aside, look-aside, I forget what it's called, look-aside load balancing? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this would be nice. I'm not setting this. So the way this would work is that your edge, you could run, say, Envoy. Let me put a timestamp in here. You could put Envoy on your GCP VMs, your public-facing GCP VMs, and they have support for a bunch of different types of load balancing. With gRPC, a common one is to do this look-aside load balancing, which means that basically each of your VMs, your GCP VMs, would use this gRPC look-aside load balancer to look up which clients they should talk to, and then the clients would also register themselves with the look-aside load balancer. So that way you can do things like client subsetting, where if you have a ton of servers, you each client doesn't have to know about all the servers. This is like, I mean, this is very particular to a certain type of architecture. Like, you have to have a ton of stuff that the edge needs to know about. In this architecture that I have, there's one cluster for app prod, and then app prod needs to know about all of its IPs and stuff, and that doesn't scale forever necessarily. But I mean, you know, if you're creating thousands and thousands of pods or VMs or servers to the point where the client can't know about all of them anymore without potential issues. There are other reasons you want to do this. Client subsetting. Like, I mean, the client subsetting is a way that maybe your sort of client-facing VMs don't all fail the same way at the same time. So imagine if you had all three clients have all of the IPs, they could fail in the same way, in some way. Like, let's say one server is holding open all the connections, and whatever configuration you have here, like, it's causing all of the connections to go to that server. If you did like a or immediately dropping connections, if you did like a least connections thing with, say, HA proxy, you could have issues. But at the same time, like, you can control that stuff. So if you can get all, say, 1,000, 10,000, whatever mini IPs you need to your clients, you can randomize which ones you talk to on the clients. The only reason this is an issue is if you want to do like less updates on the clients, so that, you know, you're not touching all the clients all the time, because this exchange could get fairly large, right? If you have a bunch of clients, and then you have a bunch of servers, now you're having to register all those servers with all the clients, and it grows with the number of clients and servers, and this just becomes like a huge operation, updating all these, and you get some that are out of date and stuff like that. And so you can instead write them all here and here, if this thing goes down, they keep all their IPs and there's no issues. The same thing's true with DNS. Even if DNS were to go down, you can just cache your DNS requests and try to fetch it more frequently. You know, like I said, this is like what Google and other places do. This is just a, you can do it. It's a lot. But you know, a lot of the things I do are a lot also, you know, running Kubernetes with 10 different VMs and stuff. For me, I think the reason I do this other stuff is because I just want to build like an application that lets me, or a system that lets me build applications quickly and reliably. And this is not needed for that. This is like a sort of a separate thing. It's very particular to the architecture you end up having. But having a place where you can run Grafana and separating that from your apps and all that type of stuff just means that I can continue to build apps on top of all the other infrastructure I built without too much trouble. And for me, like, I'm not deploying 1,000 servers for every app I build. That's not going to happen. So I don't need this type of stuff, but it's useful for certain things. I think what happens at companies and stuff is that a lot of people do a lot of stuff and they all use servers to do that stuff, and they're all different servers, and it's not like one big server. But I mean, like if you're WhatsApp or something, right, you have 10, 50, I don't know how many servers they had, but servers did WhatsApp have when acquired? I don't think it was very many. $100? I guess it's a lot. I didn't realize they had that many. $700 servers is a lot. This might be, though, because they were global. A lot of servers. WhatsApp runs more. That's a lot. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, in that case, imagine you have 700 servers and you're running Kubernetes on those servers, and those Kubernetes nodes have lots of VMs, lots of pods scheduled on them. Maybe you have multiple VMs too, not just the Kubernetes nodes on each server. You can very easily have, in that case, tens of thousands of different IPs for different stuff. Probably your client servers don't need to know about all those. A lot of those might be for workloads or different things, but yeah, 700 is not a ton of things, but having to transfer 700 IP updates, a block of 700, 10,000, whatever, this is kilobytes, megabytes of data that has to go to each thing. Whereas with the subsetting, you can transfer 50 of them to each of these, and maybe you have more clients, and it gives you more resilience. But I also think this is a thing you can do later. It's not really a thing you have to do up front, and probably not going to run into an issue for a long time. Even with the 700 servers, I'm not sure that you would need to do it this way. I mean, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't need to do it this way. I doubt they did it this way. This is a lot of work to set up. It's cool stuff, though. If GCP VMs are in one region, yeah, so you'd want to set these GCP VMs up in different regions ideally. You would want to have more than 3. Set them up in different regions, you might want to have a few in each region. I thought connections don't go through Tailscale. They're just established. And the connections are correct? Is that right? But so when I would just talk about all that subsetting stuff, the benefit if you used Envoy instead of HA proxy is that it's designed to be able to do these things. It would be a little bit weird. You'd be setting up like a gRPC load balancer. I don't have any intention to use gRPC internally anytime soon. So you're setting up a lot of infrastructure for gRPC if you're only going to use it for that. The general thing would be that you would want to set up gRPC for the load balancer to your services too. Then you kind of share the load balancer for everything in this architecture. But okay, let me finish reading this and then I'll have it go ahead and get started. Can I check this stuff in? I think so. I guess I was going to change the other one first, the other label first, then deploy. Public internet, GCP. It added a GCP load balancer in here. It's like saying you could run GCP load balancer. You can do that. Yeah, it might be worth doing at some point. That's not a, I don't know what it's getting you necessarily, versus just running the load balancer yourself on your own VMs. They might give you some controls that would be a little bit of work to implement, but it's probably also not cheap. Yeah, this is how it works right now. Which, describing direct is how it works now. Just SOCAT instead of HA proxy. I'm not opposed to this. But updating these IPs yes. Okay.
I explained that tailscale traffic always travels through the WireGuard tunnel it creates, usually as a direct peer-to-peer connection unless the daemon stops or keys expire, and that the current architecture is simply public internet to a GCP virtual machine to socket to a metal virtual IP with a static IP and no DNS in the hot path. I also noted that metal virtual IPs are stable and only change when the cluster is recreated, restructured, or the ingress architecture is altered, and that the main improvement would be replacing socket with HA proxy for health checking and observability.
You'd only ever change them if you create the cluster, restructure the pool. Yeah, the other benefit too with sort of a deployment setup with this is if you were using, say, HA proxy, you could just update with the new IPs and have it do health checks before it brings those IPs into rotation. And you can have it just, if you needed to use new IPs, you can have it so that those new IPs will exist before you, in HA proxies config, before you even start using them. And then maybe you need to drop the old IPs. You can have HA proxy just have all of them if you were changing. you deploy that, make the drop the IPs if you need to, make sure everything's still working. Whereas with DNS, you would have to, like, I guess with DNS it's the same because you can have HA proxy, I think, health check every IP from a DNS record. So you could update DNS, then do the stuff you needed to do. Yeah. Okay, so let me know what you think. And think about K8's gateway in the context of all of this.
I explained that K8's gateway provides fully qualified domain name resolution for cluster services, is used
Did we
internally by
rename
developers in Tailscale, and is not
the
part of public
namespace?
I recommended renaming it to cluster-gateway-dns to reflect its role as the DNS
Yep.
gateway for cluster services, and keep naming consistent with cluster-DNS and global DNS. Want me to
Label.
make the change?
What do you think? I think we should do the namespace and the label and leave the app deployment the same.
I explained the current namespace, Helm release, pod annotation, and metrics label, and compared 3 scopes: label only, label plus namespace, and full consistency, detailing their effort, disruption, and consistency trade-offs. I recommended applying only the label for now because it satisfies the metrics requirement, avoids disruptive namespace changes, and can be refined later if full consistency becomes necessary.
I don't mind being disruptive. But do you think it makes sense to change the namespace and the Helm release name, or just the namespace, or neither?
I suggested renaming the namespace to cluster-gateway-dns, simplifying the Helm release name to CoreDNS, and updating the label to cluster-gateway-dns, then outline the steps to create the new namespace, deploy the Helm release, adjust the global DNS core file, update labeling, MD and the scrape configuration annotation, and delete the old namespace. Want me to proceed with this approach?
The only thing with that is that then I feel like you wouldn't have any idea that the thing is K8's gateway deployment quickly, just by looking at it. Yeah, because it wants to rename it to CoreDNS. It's not just CoreDNS.
I explained that the best approach is to keep the namespace CoreDNS K8's gateway unchanged and change the label to cluster-gateway-dns, which provides a clear software identifier and a logical role for metrics and dashboards while being the least disruptive option.
What about renaming the namespace to cluster gateway DNS and leaving the helm name as?
I agreed to make the changes and will rename the namespace to cluster-gateway-dns. Keep the Helm release name as CoreDNS K8's Gateway. Update the label to cluster-gateway-dns. Edit the labeling markdown file and adjust the global DNS core file delegation if it references the old namespace.
Now, I think the same thing about all the other stuff. So like Vitess, I deployed in the Vitess namespace, but maybe it should be like in a database namespace. I don't know. I think Kafka as well is in a Kafka namespace, when maybe it should be in like a log processing namespace. Oh, 4 0 taking a break. Okay, I'm gonna come back in a minute.
Permission requested. Command to deploy all Kubernetes cluster stacks.
Okay. So after this, we should have the labels available in our alerts, which will let us filter out which alerts we want to look at by dashboard. So for node exporter, we only have to have node exporter alerts for, say, the specific node name, which is really useful, because otherwise you'd see these big errors on any node you look at, which is not helpful. It's a lot of noise. So that was a big thing. The other thing we did was we renamed the K8's gateway namespace to cluster-gateway-dns, and we renamed that label, just so it's a little bit more clear. And then we also got rid of the whatever it's called, the display name. Let's see. Set up alerts, alert annotations on dashboards. Rename, remove instance, display. We did that. Add labels, add Happy New Year. I don't know how I feel about this type of alert. This is Grafana alerting, and it could actually be an issue. But in this case, Grafana alerts like if you just do an improper query. How to fix that? I guess something failed. Y'all failed? Why?
Permission requested. Command to redeploy failed Kubernetes stacks.
Did the old namespace get deleted?
Permission requested. Command to delete old namespaces in all Kubernetes clusters.
You'll probably have to refresh all before you deploy again.
Permission requested. Command to refresh all cluster stacks. Permission requested. Command to refresh all cluster stacks. Permission requested. Command to cancel all Pulumi locks. Permission requested. Command to refresh all cluster stacks. Permission requested. Command to deploy all cluster stacks. Permission requested. Command to cancel lock and deploy CoreProd cluster.
Could we drop Pulumi or just think so I want to try to drop the dots because the dots just add unnecessary context usage. They happen every second. Not useful. It's nice if you're a person running it because you can see that it's still running.
Permission requested. Edit process manager, TS file. I edited the process manager TypeScript file to filter out empty lines and Pulumi progress dots. Then I ran the TypeScript compiler to verify the change passes type checking.
Would it
I
be
explained that the single
possible
dot lines are Pulumi's own progress indicators, and that filtering them removes noise from the logs.
to so it'd be interesting if we could bring it up until like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, something like that.
Permission requested. Command to check service status in all clusters.
Now we can run that alert again and see if we have the proper labels. But first,
Canceled the lock on CoreProd cluster and redeployed it, then verified that all K8's gateway services were running correctly across every cluster. I updated the namespace from CoreDNS K8's gateway to cluster-gateway-dns and confirmed the new load balancer IPs for each environment.
constant line of meaningful lines. Will this work in both non-interactive mode? Or can we only do this? Okay, let's try it up.
I ran the existing process manager tests in the TypeScript files and confirmed all 14 passed. Then I edited the process manager TypeScript file to filter out Pulumi progress dots and add a last output time tracker. Updated the stick item TypeScript JSX component to show a waiting excess message after greater than 3 seconds of silence, and modified the non-interactive TypeScript file to also filter out dots. After adding 2 new tests for dot filtering and last output time tracking, I ran all 16 tests and performed a type check with the TypeScript compiler, confirming everything passed and type checking was clean.
I see it filters out the dots and then nice. I like that. Nice. Make sure this all looks good. I think we can commit these changes. I have staged the CoreDNS, the cluster gateway DNS rename changes. Go ahead and commit them, and you can use no verify because I already picked them. Run. I see. Fresh.
Permission requested. Command to check recent commit style in Kiwi2 repository. Permission requested. Commit changes to rename cluster-gateway-dns in the Kiwi research repository. I checked the staged files, reviewed the last 3 commit messages for style, and committed the rename of the K8's gateway deployment to cluster-gateway-dns, creating commit 0352 EBA.
I have staged the changes. Go ahead and commit them. You can use no verify because I already ran checked. Now, can you also apply our alert
Permission requested. Commit staged changes in the
labels
project
to
with a specific commit message.
CoreDNS? Or how would that even look? Because we don't have CoreDNS specific alerts. Or do we?
I listed the staged files and then committed them with a message about filtering Pulumi progress dots and showing wait duration, creating a commit identified as BFFF56D. I searched the monitoring directories for CoreDNS alerts and found none, confirmed that the alert labels TypeScript utility already includes a CoreDNS labeled service, and demonstrated its usage, explained typical CoreDNS alerts with their metrics, and offered to create them while asking how you'd like to prioritize the thresholds.
Yeah. Let's just first see if this works. Time to cause a problem. It's got renamed. Control plane app dev anymore. Oh, dang it. I didn't save the... No, I did. We gotta change all this. That's... Okay. Variables. Actually, let me just do this. Replace, save, dashboard, working good. Cube. Wish I had done K8s. Well, I'm not changing it now. That showed up, which is good. Which node are you? Your app dev cluster control plane. Save, switch. You. Save. Okay. Awesome. So now we should be able to do this. Node instance. Node. Oh, I see. There we go. Please tell me you have this, Grafana. Using the above crow, I created an annotation for a panel that was using template variables to render data for 2 different instances. The annotation would appear across both panel views. Control plane active. Oh, it works. It's just on the wrong one because it keeps switching back. Okay. Let's see, save. this works. I'm setting up the annotations for the node exporter page. Setting up the annotations for the node exporter page dashboard. What do you think I should use for the title, tags, text?
I suggested configuring the dashboard annotations so that the title uses alert name to show which alert fired, the tags use alert name node type to enable filtering by alert name and platform, and the text uses node instance name, or optionally the summary, annotation, or a combination like node instance name. Summary for more context. I explained that the tags field is useful for the annotation filter dropdown in Grafana, allowing you to show or hide specific alert types and filter between Kubernetes and Proxmox alerts.
Yeah, summary is not a thing. Oh, I see. I don't think summary is a thing. Yeah. Alert name, node type, node instance, node context, node role. We didn't include summary as a label. On our alerts. Do we want to? It would have to be non-dynamic for each alert, right?
I explained that summary and description are stored as annotations, not labels, so they aren't available in the ALERTS metric and can't be dynamic. A static summary label could be added, but would be redundant and lack instance context. I outlined the trade-offs between a static label, keeping it as an annotation, or using existing labels in Grafana, and recommended not adding a static summary since the alert name and node instance name labels already provide the needed information.
This works. What is the purpose of the tags on annotations? Yeah.
I explained that tags on Grafana annotations provide filtering, letting you show or hide specific alerts via dropdown, and visual grouping, displaying colored pills to distinguish event types. I noted that for a dashboard focused only on node alerts, tags add little value, and you could omit them or use a single static tag like alert for visual identification.
In the dashboard, you get a drop down to show hide annotations. So if you tag with alert name, When enabled, annotation queries can be toggled. Save. Annotations showing despite toggled. When a dashboard is created with annotation toggled off, I see. You're fine. Control plane, app dev. This is setting. And I don't see a drop down to select and tags on my dashboard.
I explained that annotation tags in Grafana are mainly useful for filtering within the annotation settings panel or via the API, but they add little practical value when you just want to show all node alerts on a dashboard. I suggested leaving tags empty or using a simple static tag like alert, and noted that the title and text fields are what actually matter for the on-graph display.
Five seconds. One second, 5 seconds, 30 seconds. Oh, you can't do 1 second? 5 seconds, 30 seconds. Nice. The tag filtering isn't a prominent drop down on the dashboard. Grafana, tags are mainly used for filtering. So it's saying the tags don't matter really. Yeah. We'll keep them all. I like the tags better than text. Save. Oh, we have a break because of the labels changing. That's fine. Save. Nice. Looking good. Okay, that close. This is pretty good. Let's go ahead and do some CoreDNS alerts. And I'd like to add links between them if I can. That would be really cool. Is there any way to do that? It'd be really cool to be able to go from any node exporter dashboard to any more specific dashboard. So like if you knew this was a CoreDNS thing, but yeah, I don't think that's really possible because I mean most of our CoreDNS stuff isn't even in there. But it would be really cool to have a link here that would take you to the CoreDNS dashboard for this. I don't know if it's worth the time. Interesting. Our network latency spiked up. That's surprising. I need cube agent core prod. Yeah, I lost these changes. Dang it. That's a bummer. That is it. Oh, no. Okay. I just lost the little thing, which is easy to do. This business. What do I call them? It's business here. Minimize. Disk device. How to move it. No title. Looks good. We actually need a similar one for the network. 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 I think it's device. Yep. Network device. Node network. Node network. Nice. Oh, and we gotta add all the exclusions. Not all of these. No. Does this work? Nope. There we go. Oh, and I gotta do node instance name. Now I get one. We can go down here in case we ever have more. And then this needs to be a repeating panel. It repeat. Looks good. Nice. So now if I were to go to, yep, but it has two. Okay. Why doesn't it let me select? Oh. Yeah. Beautiful. So then we can do this, which is device equals device or device. Everything's network device. What is going on? Oh. I see. Settings. Yep. Yep, yep. Something's not right. Repeat by network device vertical. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It has no traffic. Do we have one that has traffic? No. Yeah. Let me do this though. There we go. That's better. We gotta do last hour. Push auto. Save. Add network device and 2 panels for and variable panels for device and network device. Okay. Happy with this. CoreDNS request duration, latency, high latency, too many failed responses. Can you go ahead and create, how does node exporter work actually? I see. Yep, that's pretty good. Awesome. Can you go ahead and create the CoreDNS alerts for our 3 components? Global DNS should be less strict because it's the one more often forwarding requests off to public DNS servers, whereas the cluster external are almost entirely resolving internal requests. I feel like global DNS probably have around 500 milliseconds P99 alert threshold. And let's see actually. Warning threshold and critical. For the other ones, it'd probably be around 10 milliseconds. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? So this should be yellow, and 05 should be red. And this should be 0.2. Two, maybe 0.1.
I updated the infrastructure alert group index TypeScript file to add CoreDNS alerts, inserted the CoreDNS alert arrays into both critical and warning rule sections, corrected the backtick escaping in the CoreDNS alert definitions, and ran the TypeScript type check, which passed. I then summarized the new CoreDNS alerts, detailing latency and error rate thresholds for the global DNS, cluster-DNS, and cluster-gateway-DNS deployments. Want me to deploy this to mgmt prod cluster, or do you want to review adjust anything first?
Okay, gotta do this too. Oh, I see. Hit the wrong save button. Okay. (0.1). What is Great. Can you give me some queries? Queries filled out for, say, global DNS, so I can run them in Grafana Explore to check.
I provided Prometheus queries for the global DNS deployment, including a histogram quantile expression to calculate the 99th percentile latency in seconds, a rate-based calculation to compute the SCRVFAIL error rate as a percentage, and simpler queries that return the current latency in milliseconds, total requests per second, and response counts by our code.
This is the latency, P99 latency. Yeah. Okay. And it says for minutes. Pretty annoying. Okay, so our P99, 400, 500, 200, 400, a lot of 400. Use the P50. Yeah, Cloudflare just seems worse. If I got rid of Cloudflare, I might be able to stick with this. It's annoying. I don't know. So if I use 100 milliseconds, the threshold right now for CoreDNS or global DNS, then I'm definitely going to hit trigger it. I could switch to 200 milliseconds. But I also think that if I switched off of Cloudflare, I wouldn't have this issue. Cloudflare has like slightly better average latency, but sometimes it's much worse average latency, like unacceptable. And Google doesn't have that. This is Google DNS latency. Yeah, Cloudflare's tail latency is really bad. I don't know if it's Starlink not having good peering with Cloudflare or what, but the downside is if I switch to using two Google DNS providers, if Google DNS goes down, I'm screwed. If I use both, I get a little bit of resiliency on the public DNS side. Hard to say. But the thing I can say for sure is if I don't change anything, I need to change this. Yeah, I mean, here it was high for minutes. This is 01, 10 minutes. 10 minutes as well. What is this song? Let's look at the other stuff first. It only created, yeah, error rate. Yeah, it's 0. Okay. Simpler versions to see just current values. So looking at the last 2 days, we've had periods of 10 minutes with P99 latency greater than 200 milliseconds. We've had a handful of periods of 10 minutes. Handful of periods of 10 minutes with P99 latency. They're all below 150 milliseconds. Makes me think we'd have to do 500 milliseconds as the warning threshold. And maybe 1 second is the critical. It also seems like the tail latency of Cloudflare is quite a bit worse than Google. I think if we switch to Google, it's possible we wouldn't have this high. Google only. It's possible we wouldn't have this high of 99 tail latency. But it's not clear to me that it's worth the trade-off using a single DNS provider or public DNS.
edited the monitoring alert configuration to update the comment to reference Google/Cloudflare DNS 64 and set the global DNS warning threshold to 500 milliseconds and critical threshold to 1 second, and I ran a quick type check which passed. I also updated the latency thresholds table for global DNS, cluster-DNS, and cluster-gateway-DNS, noting the redundancy benefits of keeping both DNS providers.
I've staged the changes. Oops. Can you go ahead and commit them? You can use /no verify. Because I already ran the checks.
Permission requested. Command to commit alerting changes to the Kiwi2 repository. I checked the staged files and then committed the alerting changes, creating commit 88E19A2.
Okay. We're going to CoreDNS. Okay. Now, where are we at? There was a task here. This one. So now I want to look into making the Slack alert more useful. We do this helpers. URL helpers. To create the explore page for the Grafana Slack link. There are a couple things we need to think about. One, the link has a time range. It's not that's not related to when the alert started, and probably the resolved alert needs something related to the resolved time. 2, we now have these node exporter and CoreDNS dashboards. It seems like for those notifications, we should have another Grafana link of some sort that takes you to the dashboard for that instance ID and that time. ending in now. The alert is still going, but obviously related to the end time of alerts when resolving. So how do you think we should structure the Slack message to account for this extra dashboard, extra possible dashboard link, and how should we implement that? So edits. This has to be 500, 1000.
I explained that the static now 60 minutes range is set at rule definition time, so we could either use Go template variables like .startSat, or simply extend the lookback to now 6 hours to always include the alert start, accepting extra context. I suggested adding a Grafana dashboard URL annotation with a URL that injects the instance label, and I recommended using 2 separate buttons, one for Explore Query and one for Dashboard, by defining a TypeScript dashboard link type and generating both URLs in the alert config. What do you think? Should I prototype this with the node exporter alerts first?
Hold on. Alerts. Alert metrics enabled. CoreDNS instance name. CoreDNS. This doesn't exist. Alert name. It's also not node type. Node deployment. Deployment instance name. Missing one. CoreDNS. What is it called? Deployment. Context component. Yep. Okay. Alert name. That. Why? Why would app error spike have... Why would app error spike have CoreDNS instance name? I see. Okay, we'll do this. CoreDNS. We'll do all of them. It'll trigger me if I don't do these in the correct order. There we go. This should be DNS. Metrics. How did it want to implement this? I see. Moved it over here. The current now minus 60 is a static URL, however, VM. Unix timestamps. For alerts with corresponding dashboards, we could use... Yeah. I'm probably just going to read this and then take a break. Come back a bit later. Is there any way? The current now minus 60 static. Current value. The templating code gets complex. Is there no good way to do the window? It's really nice to have the actual time window. My light is too bright. My screen is too bright.
I explained that VM alert lets you use Go templating in annotations, showing how to insert the firing timestamp, Unix seconds, metric values, and label values, and how to build Grafana URLs with ISO 8601 or Unix millisecond timestamps. I described 2 ways to handle resolved alerts: a simple VM alert only URL that approximates the end time, or moving the URL generation to Alert Manager, where both start and end times are available, noting that the latter keeps the logic cleaner, but lives outside the alert definition. Which approach appeals more? Or should we try option 1 first since it's simpler and see if the timing is good enough?
The window should probably be around 15 minutes before and 15 minutes after it's all. Start. Okay, I'm gonna step away for a minute.
updated URL helpers TypeScript to store the Grafana Explore expression, data source UID and type, and added dashboard metadata instead of a pre-built URL. I also updated Alert Manager config TypeScript so that URLs are constructed at notification time using the alert start and end timestamps with a 15-minute buffer before and after, and I ran the TypeScript type check which passed. I explained the new URL construction logic, the mapping of alert prefixes to dashboard configurations, and highlighted a few potential issues to watch for.
Okay. What do we got here? 07 26 30. Improving Grafana alerts messages. Let's see. Jesus. Okay. Okay. Known dashboards. Cancel alert rules with annotations needed for URL generation. URL helper changes. Now stores Grafana Explore. Dashboard UIDs are placeholders. Or Could you make one for the test?
I edited the TypeScript file URL helpers, TS, to add test alert entries, noting that because the test alerts use vector 1, they lack instance labels, so the dashboard link won't appear. I explained that adding a label such as CoreDNS instance name to the test alert would enable the dashboard link, and I offered to modify the template to show the link without instance filtering if preferred.
No. We'll just get rid of this. Dang it. Manual node exporter. Exporter. Does everything look good to go?
I ran a quick type check, and it passed. Then I explained that the Alert Manager now builds Grafana URLs at notification time, with a time window from 15 minutes before the start to 15 minutes after the end, or now if firing, showing both Explore and Dashboard links when applicable, and that alert annotations were updated to replace the Explore URL with an expression plus data source metadata, and to include dashboard metadata for several node and DNS alerts. I also warned that the Alert Manager template's use of the URL query function might cause the Explore URL construction to fail if the function isn't supported, and asked if we should proceed with deployment to the management production cluster. I checked the Alert Manager pods and PVCs, discovered that the Storage Alert Manager 0 PVC was missing, force deleted the stuck Alert Manager 0 pod, and verified that all 3 Alert Manager pods are now running, indicating the cluster is healthy and ready for the Slack notification deployment. I checked the Alert Manager pod IPs and saw they had new addresses while the cluster gossip still held stale peer references. I performed a rolling restart of the Alert Manager stateful set, waited 10 seconds, and then monitored the rollout status with a timeout of 120 seconds, confirming the rollout completed. I explained that the cluster should now have clean peer connections and asked, ready to deploy the Slack notification changes when the cluster is stable. read the Alert Manager configuration TypeScript file and edited it to JSON escape the query expression using rare replace all to escape quotes. Then I type check the project and deploy the updated Pulumi stack. I explained that this fix prevents expressions like mode equals idle from breaking the JSON, and that the Alert Manager pods will automatically reload the new configuration. explained that for firing alerts, the to field is set to now at notification time, while for resolved alerts, it adds 15 minutes to the alert's ends at timestamp, which reflects when the condition actually changed rather than when the notification was sent. I asked if they wanted a different behavior, such as always using now for both. I edited the URL helpers TypeScript file to correct a comment, add static variables to the CoreDNS dashboard configuration, and update the annotation logic to include those static vars. Then I modified the Alert Manager configuration TypeScript file to use the static vars when building the dashboard URL. After running the TypeScript compiler to type check the changes, I confirmed the type check passed and noted that the new static vars field now formats query strings for dashboards and can be extended as needed. I checked the stateful set update strategy and pod management policy, located the alert manager Helm configuration in a TypeScript file, edited that file to add a pod management policy of parallel, and then type-checked the changes with the TypeScript compiler. I explained that this will cause all 3 pods to restart simultaneously, removing the stale IP gossip window at the cost of a brief downtime, which is acceptable for Alert Manager. I explained that the logs are at debug level, the cluster still functions, and the default reconnect timeout is 6 hours, which makes the logs noisy while the gossip protocol converges. I edited the TypeScript file to add a comment and reduce the reconnect timeout from 6 hours to 5 minutes. I suggested using a parallel pod management policy or just the timeout reduction to address the noise. I explained that Alert Manager's routing configuration sets a 17-second wait before the first notification, a 15-minute wait before notifying about new alerts in an existing group, and a 24-hour wait before re-notifying about the same alert, while the test alerts use shorter values of 5 seconds, 15 seconds, and 5 minutes. I noted that long delays usually occur when an alert is added to an existing group, causing it to wait for the next group interval window. Want me to adjust the main route timings? I edited the Alert Manager config TypeScript file and added, and refresh equals 5 seconds to the Explore URL. So clicking the Slack link now auto refreshes the query every 5 seconds. I edited the Alert Manager config TypeScript file to add a and refresh equals auto parameter to the generated Grafana dashboard URLs. explained that the 15-minute group interval causes resolved alerts to wait up to 15 minutes and offered 3 options: reduce the interval, accept the delay, or use a separate route. What's your preference? If you want faster resolved notifications, I can reduce group interval from 15 minutes to something like 5 minutes. I explained that a 5-minute group interval balances batching alerts to avoid spam while keeping notifications responsive, unlike a 15-minute interval, which feels too slow. I edited the Alert Manager config TypeScript file and changed the group interval setting from 15 minutes to 5 minutes. I explained that the repeat interval of 24 hours stops you from being pinged every 5 minutes for the same alert, while the group interval of 5 minutes only applies when a new alert joins or one resolves in the group. I noted that the first notification arrives after 17 seconds, group wait, and any further notifications for a continuously firing alert occur 24 hours later. edited the alert manager index TypeScript file to add an extra argument setting, cluster reconnect timeout, to 5 minutes, which stops stale peer logs after 5 minutes instead of 6 hours. I explained that member list persists peer information on disk. So using the reconnect timeout is the cleanest way to limit the noise without deleting the persistent volume claims or adding an init container.
Okay, I'm gonna call it for today. We've got alerts improved. We've got that all tied into the dashboards. We got labels on those alerts, so I think I want to still do a little bit of reorganization of this stuff, but I think they're pretty good. Anyway, catch you later. Thanks.